Hello, dear friends. Welcome to PM Good News Conf number 2. Really happy to have you all here today with us. As promised, we said that this conference would be twice a year, so we keep our word. And today is the second time we are live for you. I still think that this is one of the most exciting conferences for PMs to the date, because we are not going to tell you about something boring and something you already know, but all topics today would be about innovations, would be about what is new for PMs and in project management as well. Today we supposed to have 5 speakers, but unfortunately you guys hope understand that times are tough. So unfortunately, last minute change happened and one of speakers won't join us today because of health issues. Apologies for that. So, but anyway, those 4 speakers who are still with us, so exciting that I think you will really enjoy the conference and you will get a lot of insights. The most active of you who will ask the best questions would give great presence from us. So here we go and we are ready to start. And I'm really happy to announce our first speaker. But before I do that, I want to tell you that the first conference was sort of a local event. So all our speakers were present in our studio where we recorded the stream for you. And today, as again we promised you, we made a step further. And now we have a first speaker who joined us from Abu Dhabi. And this is sort of like a TV show that you guys used to see on the TV when there are different locations connecting through the web. So here is the case. And our first speaker is Nati Nazar, Service Excellence Director, who has more than 10 years of diversity experience. She has numerous certifications, CCPO, CCBA, and pragmatic marketing. She also was voted as a BA thought leader this year. She is evangelist of business analysis, experienced speaker, trainer, mentor and lector, and also inspirer, and co-creator of IIBA endorsed courses, trainings, workshops, and BA hackathons. So she, on top of business analysis, she is also experienced in both marketing and product management, and enjoys communication, sharing her professional experience. So please welcome, this is Nati Nazar, Service Excellence Director at SoftServe. Hi, Nati, how are you doing?
Hi, Dennis. I'm doing great. Thank you very much, and thank you for inviting to this conference. It, it feels so weird because typically I spoke at international conferences as delegate from Ukraine, traveling to London, Frankfurt, whatever. And this is the first time I speak for Ukraine as a delegate from abroad. So it's like the other way around. So it feels really, really weird, but quite interesting.
Okay, that's cool. So your topic sounds like service excellence or how to know your client better. And I do believe that all our PMs who are attending this conference as viewers are really interested in how to know the client better and what does the service excellence mean. So could you please tell us about that? And please take the stage is yours for your topic.
Yeah, thank you so much. So this is quite an interesting topic, and I got interested in that a couple of years ago. Service excellence, it's something that is known on the market already. There are a lot of books written about that, but not everyone, got interested or implemented that in the company, because in the past, it was never associated with the software providers. And we are also service providers, but we never looked at it from this perspective. So typically when we speak about learning more about the client and we speak in terms of project teams. We're trying to understand everything that is needed for us to, perform, to deliver, what we promised to the client in our project. And we'll look at it from the project perspective. BAs look more from the perspective of the scope, PMs from their own and stuff like that. Then all together as a project team, and not only as a project team, because when we deliver service to the client, it has much longer cycle, right? Whatever we say, whatever we present to the client, has a meaning, and it's done on purpose. At the very end, we have to deliver value. And it might be even, this value that we deliver is co-created by more people than just the project team. Yeah. And we rarely take a look at this, from the perspective. So what can we do, or how we can do that in a way that, it will not only meet the client's expectation, but also exceed the client's expectation. And actually the service excellence as the sort of framework is actually what it is about. It's how we learn more about the client to, develop business, to drive satisfaction, to drive, high KPIs whatsoever, and deliver value to the client, but also to, to have this engagement within the team. Yeah. So it's not only focused on a client, but it's also focused on our internal, on associates, on our, internal. Let's start, with the small things. So if we're saying that we are service providers, that people who work in IT or who don't work in IT, yeah, whatever we do, if we do business and we deliver something to the client, and by deliver, I don't mean there is some logistics to that, yeah, I don't mean we deliver ice cream or whatsoever, but we deliver a value. Yeah, we're committed to something, the client is expecting something, and we do that. That is, probably that is a service. So how would you define a service? And I want to ask this question to the audience, and I would like to see your inputs. You have QR code in your screen. Please scan it with your mobile phones, and you will be taken to the page where you can provide, you will have, free text fields where you can provide your understanding of a service. Try to add several word combinations, what you think a service is. For example, a service is, I don't know, value. A service is something else. Yeah, you can describe in several words. And in 30 seconds, we're going to have the screen with results of what kind of inputs you've provided. It will give me a better understanding, how do you understand it? If we're on the same page, or we have completely different knowledge about what a service is. So please take a look at the QR code, scan it with your mobile phones, and you will be taken to the page where you can provide your inputs on how you define a service. And I would ask the tech team to show us the page with the results. It's going to be like, word bingo thing, word clouds that we're going to build together with the audience. Okay. Will anybody help me? I hope that you guys still can hear me. Okay, so we can see that. And what do we have? That's a really small screen for me to watch. So we have value, we have providing value, we have quality, we have, what else do we have? I can hardly read it. So Denise, if you see that better, and you can step in and comment what you see on the screen. Because using this new technologies is cool, but I'm doing this for the first time. Dennis, are you here? Okay.
So we have value,
yeah.
quality, providing value, favor.
Okay.
Resolving is important, sharing the business, fulfilling a need, and few others.
Okay, so that's that. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Thank you very much for sharing that. Now we can come back to the presentation and see, what it is. So so there is a lot of definitions what a service is. I just picked the one that makes more sense. So any means we come up with, actions, I don't know, means, in general, because it may be more than just actions that deliver value to the customer and facilitate the outcomes we have committed to, and this is what the client expects. This is what a service is, So we promise something, the client bought it and is expecting, and the client has, certain understanding of how it should look like or feel like or whatsoever, and we are committed to deliver that. And in order to deliver that, we need to, we need to do something. We need to establish some sort of, I don't know, something, a system, a process, a workflow, unite people together, and something that will be workable and something that will foster that outcome generation. So what happens, but how to do that, and I found a very interesting consultant and training agency about service excellence called Uplifting a Service. And what are they saying is that, ask yourself a few questions. So if you deliver a service but you want to be successful in what you deliver, ask yourself, if you want to learn more about the clients, if you want to get more insights to drive your service performance, if you want to differentiate from your competition and get immediate, service results that, build a stronger, service culture, if you say yes to at least one of those questions, then you need to think about service excellence. Because just having a service is not enough. We need to foster, this, satisfaction. We need to make clients happy, but also we need to have happy teams. Because if you read anything by Richard Branson, so he always says, happy people, happy associates make your clients happy. So this is what you need to focus on. And this is what service excellence is about. So service excellence is actually about how we can exceed those expectations, how we can be better in delivering the service, because we live in a highly competitive world, and there are a lot of companies like yours, like us, so we compete every day. This is how market works. And in order to be better, in order to provide this quality, in order to provide this value, which you've mentioned in that word cloud, we need to do something different. We need to differentiate. And this is what service excellence is about. It is the ability of service providers like all of us to not just constantly meet the needs of the client, but occasionally, hopefully often than occasionally, exceed those customers' expectations. So how we can do that? So what it is about. Let's do a little step back. So if we deliver services and we want to implement some sort of service excellence, we need to understand how it works. So typically what we learn about the clients these days, all the companies, they do research, marketing research, they hire different agents, and then they try to understand what's going on the market, who does what. Let's analyze the competitors. But the point is that we typically analyze what happens right now. So there are certain expectations as of today, as is. And our clients, when they come to us and we talk to them, they have a certain problem right now. And they have a certain expectations right now. But in a week time, in a month's time, in a half a year time or a year time, it might change, because there are so many different things happening in the world, on a market, I don't know, in politics, in economy, in healthcare, like let's say like COVID, that they impact, what they would expect in some period of time. And there are little, mechanisms left how to measure that. And this is what they call customer perceptions. So this to be state, they want to have something to be. And it's not as easy to be as we try to analyze in terms of analyzing the scope of the project, the scope of the product that we develop for the client. It's bigger than that. So there are certain things that, impact clients' decision today, and there are certain expectations to us, but they might change. And we need to understand how to analyze this future perspective, analyze that perception. And the service excellence formula is when, if we would understand customer perception minus customer expectations, there will be some, positive part left. There will be more to that. It means we provide an excellent service. It means we exceed the expectations. We do a little extra from what they expect today so that it meets their future expectation, or it triggers them to realize that this is what they would expect in the future. So that's what is service excellence about. Not just complete, the bullet points in your contract, but do a little extra. It doesn't mean, you need to develop, extra lines of code for the client, yeah, but you need to understand what makes the service more special than that. Is that communication? Is it something different? But you need to add it and see how it can, impact your relationship in the future. So this is the formula. Now, this is what we expect from the client. But if we would look inside, if we would look at our internal teams, it means we need to understand the needs. We need to, we need to motivate the team to create some ideas to surprise the clients. Yeah, that's not what just expected. Let's do something more than that. Let's add a little extra. Let's add something, that will, create maybe a little bit, added value to the client and fulfill their future expectation or perceptions. So when we look at it inside, we will see that we want to have, symbiotic teams that understand the client so well, that can, see that to be state and come up with some creative ideas how we can satisfy the client in a different way. But in order to have those teams, we also need to do something. We need to motivate the teams. We need to, engage the teams. We need to set up some leadership principles or some other processes that would, foster teams to be creative and to, desire to, do something extra for the client and deliver that excellence. So I know it sounds very philosophical, but we will get into more details. Just stay with me. So those are two main focuses that we have now. So how do we get there? There are really a lot of different books that I would recommend at the very end that you can, take a look at or read or, skim through, that will provide you more, understanding how it works. First of all, what we need to do, we need to understand how actually we collaborate with the client. What are our different encounters, yeah, our communication points with the clients, where we provide something and receive a feedback from the client. When we have this feedback loop, very often it's about some face-to-face activities, but not like that, but not always like that, because we live in the world where things are provided remotely and that face-to-face is not always possible. But through entire life cycle that we live through with our clients, we go through certain, feedback loops, which are called moments of truth. Yeah. And there might be multiple moments of truth that can be combined in some sort of customer journey. There is a, very famous term these days. But in all of the books about, service excellence, they mention the moments of truth, because that's exactly what we offer something, and we, and we can measure, the feedback back. Yeah, if what we offer makes sense, if what we deliver makes sense, if how we do that makes sense, if there is a quality to what we do. So that's a constant, back and forth collaboration and communication with the client. But on those specific moments of truth, or service encounters, we can understand if we are on the right track. Yeah, if what we do really meets the expectation and what we do really exceeds the expectation. That's, there is a very, basic example. So it would be difficult, let's analyze on something simple, because everyone flies often. Yeah, we travel a lot. And if I would be I don't know, Wizz Air, or let's say something about the Lufthansa, yeah, an air, a air company, and my moments of truth, would be, for example, my moments of truth for the process of check-in. Yeah, so as a company, I want to understand if what we built for our travelers, for our clients who fly often with Lufthansa, if what we built as the check-in makes sense. What I would analyze and what I would treat as my moments of truth is the check-in, the registration desk, yeah, how we have this communication, how big are the lines, how long does it take to register, if we offer to our end users online check-in, how easy was that, how this interaction with the system was. This is one moment of truth that I would analyze. And if I would meet a person face-to-face, imagine there will be, a flight attendant checking your passport or checking your some other details, and they would never smile. They would be aggressive. They would, ruin your day with their behavior. this would be a very bad service provided, right? So this is not a proper communication expected by the traveler. Or if there would be some lines and you would not make it to check in, yeah, because the company didn't manage it in a timely manner, didn't check all of the passengers in a timely manner, and you were left out. How would that feel? Yeah, that would be a totally bad experience. So avio companies that would measure it. This is the first encounter, check-in desk. The second one is how how much time it takes for the person to check through the security. What was the experience? How they were treated. The next phase would be when passengers enter the lounge area, yeah, where they expect the flight. Then the boarding, yeah. Then the being seated in the plane. Then the whole flight. Then when they leave the plane, and they're finally landed. So all of those will be different moments of truth where a certain exchange of communication happen and certain feedback can be shared and certain KPIs can be measured. And the AVIA would build there are moments of truth based on that. And analyzing all of those moments, they will see, how they can improve the quality, how they engage the team, what actually gaps they have, and why this service was bad. If it was good, then perfect, but what they can do more. They can see, how other areas are doing that and improve their services and be competitive. So things like that, in a very primitive way. But in order for those moments of truth to happen, yeah, the company set up specific framework, yeah, and this framework is pretty easy. It has three main components. So in order for service to be, executed and delivered, there are certain tasks that need to be followed. Yeah, we need to do certain actions. We need to go through certain milestones, and we need to understand when we do this service in particular, we do 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, this is our tasks portfolio. This is our value proposition. This is how we close the gaps for our clients. But also, it's not just about to go through the checklist and do whatever you are told to do. You need to do that with the high quality. Yeah, so there are some certain standards attached to that, like how we can do that better, and also as we live in the business where emotions they are very important. Yeah, we sell emotions every day. We don't just sell I don't know, software or hardware or any other products. We also they are wrapped up in emotions, and we need to manage the hearts of our clients. Yeah, so those standards, the quality standards, they really help to tailor our teams, tailor our behavior and communication so that we would do that in the best possible way. And once we understand the task, and once we understand the standards to this task, we need to build around that the service delivery system. And by service delivery system, I mean, a lot of different things. Those are the people, this is the knowledge of the client. Those are many details that, that help us internalize, so-called, there is a term, internalize the services inside of our company and improve how we collaborate and how we work as a team and symbiosis to deliver the task with the high quality standard to our clients. And the important thing is that those three circles that you see on the screen right now, they're actually present in all of those moments of truth. Yeah, so there is this specific for each moment of truth that we need to follow and measure and constantly measure, how we do that and improve that situation and collect this feedback to have this constant translation of perceptions and expectations. So did we meet the expectations? Did we exceed the expectations? What can we do more to exceed the expectations? And of course, it might sound as a very complex work to do and a lot of time to be spent, a lot of efforts to be spent. But those things are repetitive. And once you have described a service and you understand how you do that, it's just a matter of having the metrics to watch the performance and improve what needs to be improved over time. It's not something you have to do on a daily basis, right? But you need to set it up, and then it will show you the lead. So let me just turn over the slide. So if we would, take a closer look to the service task, is more about what and why needs to be done, to deliver a service. Yeah. So what we as a company, what we as a team need to do to make this happen. The service standards, is how, what we do, the service task can be done with a high quality. Yeah. And the service delivery system actually help us understand, how we can become this symbiotic symbiotic mechanism that is constantly delivering value. Yeah, how we need to motivate our associates, how we need to, what processes we need to establish, leadership principles, so that all this will work together, will stick together, and will deliver the value from the very beginning to the very end, and will not fail. So this is what the service delivery system is about. Now, like let's you have even a deeper look into that. So a service task is within the role and responsibility of the service provider and its associates. Yeah, and in order to do that, we need to understand, what is the meaning. Yeah, what is the meaning of whatever we do for the customer. Yeah, if it makes sense for the client or it doesn't make sense for the client. Should we do that? Should we skip that? So we need to think about what. Yeah, so what sort of promises we have in front of the clients, what we committed to do and what the client is expecting. And now we need to analyze why. Yeah, what is the purpose of the service being offered, how it aligns with the strategy and a vision, a mission. Yeah, and how the clients looks at that, if that matches what they expect. This is what your task should be based on. So whatever you do needs to be tailored to those expectations, to this what and to this why. So we need to have a certain workflow. Yeah, we need to understand the specific actions that we need to do to meet those expectations and exceed those expectations. So this is what the service task is about. Yeah, it's like let's say for our checklist of things we need to do on every moment of truth. Let's say we will have one moment of truth, so we need to propose the client how we understood the problem and how we are supposed to solve that problem. Yeah, and to make a proposal, we might have certain rules. The proposal is this, not that. The premises are explained like this, not that. So that's an example, how it might look like. This is our sort of value proposition. Yeah, so client, you have problem X, and for problem X we have service number one that fixes that, and service number one looks like that, and this is our proposal. Yeah, this is one moment of truth. Another moment of truth, if what we started delivering for the client actually meets that promise. Yeah, very often we do the proposals to the client signs off, we have a deal, we shake the hands, we go home, and in a couple of months we totally forget what we exactly promised. Yeah, but then we get some feedbacks in the form of an NPS, or I don't know, some client satisfaction survey, and we read the comments that something doesn't feel like is going right. Yeah, and the client is not happy, and we try to go back and analyze what happened in the very beginning. And the problem is that people who might be present on some moments of truth, they might not be present on the others. And if we have this gap in information exchange in our service providing companies, we are in trouble, because if information is lost, if those promises are lost and commitments are lost, how we can make sure that we're going to deliver something that the client really expects, plus exceed that expectation, right? That's hardly possible. Then we have a certain standard to this. Yeah, so standards, they frame the quality of a service task. Yeah, that's a sort of mechanism to control and set the direction for the service task. So it's mainly about how. Yeah, again, this might be a process, a framework, a method, technique, or tools, to be used to reach the foreseen result. And service standards have some very crucial features to remember. Yeah, they provide a mechanism of control. They reflect the organization values. Yeah, so our value is to provide something on a very high quality. They represent the values by a customer facing associates. So there might be some standards in how those associates should look like, behave like, talk like, and stuff like that. We need to make these standards public. Yeah, so our clients need to understand what we really mean by these standards, so that they can also help us evaluate if our standards of quality actually is what they expected, is actually what they wanted. And we need to be very transparent about that. And together with the client, our clients, we need to build this evaluation system. So if we don't do this, we don't accept it. Yeah, if we did this is super cool, and things like that. So they don't need to be hidden somewhere or done just for the sake of creating another document, but they need to make sense to you and to the client. Now we step into the service delivery system. So service delivery system is a complex thing that has four main pillars. This is our service culture. This is the quality of how we deliver, not the quality of the task itself, but quality of how we deliver. Different performance management systems would be in place. And I think a lot of companies, they do that. They try to, measure, how competent the people are and run those different performance appraisals or project audits. So this is some sort of things like that. But also what we miss out very often is the culture, and we miss out the engagement. Yeah. So we don't look at the associate engagement around a service. Yeah, we have a perspective. This is the project team, yeah, or this is some discovery team. So it's like a one or two moments of truth out of entire client journey, yeah. But we never take a look and analyze it as a whole and see how we can increase this engagement so that information would not be lost from the moments of truth 1 till moments of truth number 10. How to foster this leadership, how to increase motivation and things like that. And also client experience. Yeah, so we need to have more understanding about the client. We need to develop some certain intelligence, client intelligence, how we, collecting different feedbacks, collecting the information, who our clients work with as other vendors, whatever is manageable for us to do, evaluate somehow the value perceived. Very often when I ask people, not just in my company, but, whoever I speak to in the industry, is that how do you measure the value delivered to the client? I often receive a question back, what do you mean by that? Yeah, how we can measure that? There are things that you have to think, and then we will think how we can measure that. But if you don't understand at the very end, what you deliver, you understand that you deliver some, lines of code or screens or applications, but what sense does it make to the client? This is the value, yeah? So the client wants to fix a certain problem or pursue some opportunity. And we need to group ourselves in a way to maximize the efficiency, the quality, of delivering that result to the client. And at the end, we need to understand if what we've done really worked out, if it solved something, or nothing happened. Yeah, because if nothing happened, we can hardly expect the loyal client in the future, and we can hardly expect that client to refer us to someone else, right? So this is why we have to do that. And especially when the market is very competitive, we need to think ahead of those things. Yeah, what extra mile can we do, to satisfy the client and to understand better? To do this, we need to gather a lot of data about our clients, and we need to develop so-called client intelligence. Yeah, we need to invest into account management. We need to, we need to be able to open a system in our companies and see all the history of client interaction and all of the different points where clients were satisfied or not satisfied and why that happened. So that's sort of the things. If I will come back, if we speak about the culture, yeah, we need to build the elements of leadership, principles, norms, work habits, vision, mission, values, what unites us as people to work in symbiosis. Yeah, what do we do as a company to achieve that symbiosis? Yeah, what do we do as a company, to foster that value generation? How do we motivate our people to do that? So do we have specific HR processes or leadership principles? Do we measure associates' attitude? Yeah, how we can jump in really quickly and see what's happening, right or wrong. Imagine if you would go to a restaurant and you have an expectation, to be served a really nice, dish, to eat something very cool, and to feel some pleasure. Yeah? It's like a guilty pleasure going to a restaurant, and you want to, you want to have some fun, and you come over. And the host in the restaurant is very aggressive, is very negative, is not dressed up in a proper way, and is not behaving yourself. Then he sits you at the table, and you receive a menu, and the waiter comes over and says nothing that is in the menu is actually cooked. So you can't order what is in the menu. You will eat whatever they think you should eat. Yeah, you want like that experience. Yeah, so those things happen in our industry as well. Even if we think that we developed something that client expected. It doesn't mean that the delivery system made it in a way that the client, is happy to accept it. And also we need to make sure that whatever we delivered, was in the menu, was promised, and was delivered with a high quality to solve the client problem, right? So this is how those things help us understand that. And to give you a little bit of a meat, there is one interesting metric that I've never seen people, gathering, called customer effort score. So typically we send out to the clients, I don't mean SoftServe right now, I'm speaking in general means, So typically we send out some sort of customer satisfaction surveys. How did you like it? How was the team? Blah, blah, blah. And NPS question, would you refer our services, our company, to your friends, colleagues in the industry whatsoever, which is called NPS, Net Promoter Score. Then we need to, to increase that level. We need to go level up. We need to understand. So even if we do something for the client, there are some things done by the client, right? There is some parts of some sort of self-service or some sort of, we need to have an understanding if the problem raised by the client was solved by us. Partially, fully, we don't know, we have to ask. So asking questions like, how easy was it to resolve their problems, their issues with us, right? Might open your eyes into something different. And this is how you can collect the customer effort score, by asking the client how much time and effort they spent on resolving this problem together with us. So if they expected we would fully cover that and we didn't, we will know it, If they expected that they would be 100% involved because they don't trust we can do that on our own and we did it, this is exceed expectation, right? And there are many combinations to that. And it has a very simple formula. And this question can be easily added to any customer satisfaction survey or whatsoever. And you can collect some extra data and learn more about your clients, what they expected, how they were involved, how they felt, and things like that. So you can definitely Google, that customer effort score. There are a lot of, formulas on the in Google, in internet, that you can, apply. So this is very, for this limited period of time, I've explained to you the concept, of how this framework looks like, what components it has. Of course, I can't provide you answers right now in how to do that. So I will give you the checklist, and you will go and do it in your company, on your project, on whatsoever. Those things needs to be analyzed, and there are a lot of some sort of maturity assessments that can help you analyze where you are within your business. For example, there might be 5 maturity levels of service excellence. At level 1, the only thing you care about is cost efficiency. So you don't care about anything else. Cost efficiency, the cheaper the better, and we don't care. Second, like level number 2 is when you have very good service delivery cycle, when you establish some KPIs, performance management systems that help you measure the quality somehow, maybe not at all of those moments of truth, but at some of them, so that you can understand where things go wrong at a specific period of time. Level number 3, you become more customer centered, and so on and so forth. So level 5 or 6, based on that, you do the gap analysis. So what is missing in your company? So what is not working? People are not engaged. People are not demotivated. You didn't have, contract templates in place, or you didn't track any information, you didn't gather any information. So you need to do the gap analysis, and once you do that, you will see what are the things that you need to do to incorporate in your business in order for this service to be successful. So this is how it's done. I would be more than happy to discuss this topic with you anytime after the conference. You can find me at LinkedIn, and raise your hand and ask your questions. I will also recommend you reading some extra literature about that. This is the slide with some sort of benefits that you receive once you incorporate service excellence in your company. That this thing can help you improve your brand's awareness, gain higher reputation in front of the clients, remain competitive, yeah, have these competitive advantages, boost efficiency, because you might analyze that some of the processes that you do are inefficient and you don't need them, and you can do that in some other way. So it drives improvements, it drives some sort of self-criticism, it drives, analyzing how you deliver services, what you do, how you do, why you do that, and you can do some sort of reflection of how things can be done different, better, efficient, and things like that. So that's all for me. Thank you very much. If there are any questions, I think we still have time to reply to them. I don't know, Dennis, I need you back.
Thank you very much, Natya. So great speech and great recommendations, great tools that you have recommended. So I believe all our viewers today will grab something for them and will apply that in their daily work. Yes, we have a number of questions to you, and just want to remind that after the conference you will pick one of the best questions that you will decide, and we will recognize this person with a prize. So question number one, how you can provide the best service we can to deliver an excellent value and do not harm a client by doing their obligatory part of work? What is the balance of positive influence?
Oh God, this is a very good question. I don't think there is any silver bullet to answer to that, and I think everything depends on what kind of service you provide, what kind of clients you work with. Yeah, so there is a balance that you need to figure out. But according to the leaders of service excellence on the market, the client needs to be a part of that. The amount of time the client needs to be a part of that is not calculated or evaluated by anyone. So you need to find this perfect balance for yourself based on your experience, based on understanding the client. If we have little understanding of the client, we will do maybe the maximum efforts. If you understand better, we will understand maybe we need to do less because the client is irritated by something. So you constantly need to measure that. So for that reason, you need to establish those moments of truth and ask the client, how do you see that? Those are our standards. How do you see that? Do they, comply with, how you see that? Have this conversation. The more conversations of this kind you will have, the better big picture you will have, and you might be able to generalize that in most of the cases, this works like this, and this is how we're going to do that. So this is client type A, type B, type C, and this is how we deliver that to those different types of clients. This is what they like, this is what they prefer. Build this intelligence about the client. It takes time, for sure. It might take years to do that, but the sooner you start, the sooner you will see the outcomes that you can work with and you can base your decision and improvements on. If that answers the question, I don't know.
I hope it does. Okay, so thank you for the answer. So our next question, service excellence is about culture and mindset, first of all, isn't it? Where and how do you start building the necessary culture and the mindset? Which behavioral changes do you need?
Yeah, culture, like culture, it's strategy for breakfast, right? Culture is very important, and it starts when you analyze where things go wrong. Not maybe who exactly you can blame with that, but you need to analyze, like, we have no leadership, yeah? Again, I'm speaking in general terms. I'm not speaking for any specific company. Once you realize the problems, once you realize that you have gaps, once you realize that, okay, we say we're super great, we're leaders in the industry, but we are not. This is when you start changing that and you start seeing so what is exactly the thing that glues us together. Yes, so what is that magic combination of things that makes us stick together and work together, or vice versa? What is toxic in our behavior that makes us feel apart and don't feel as one whole? Because the culture is something that unites us together. Yeah, you go to the you become members of different associations or clubs because there are some certain interests, the atmosphere, yeah, that unites you and other people of the same mindset, yeah, that you can, hang around together, spend some time together. You get married because you feel, some sort of, similar energy with your spouse, yeah, and you understand that you can stick together, for many, many, many years, till death, apart you. But this is the same thing. So when people work together, there is a certain atmosphere, there is a certain, values that you share that makes you stick together, hang around together, and understand each other. If it's not present and it's everything is toxic, it will not work. So first of all, try to analyze, do we have a leadership? Do we have principles? Do we have values? When we hire people, do we have an onboarding process that shares this information? Yeah. What do we do, to, create this atmosphere for our people? If our people all work from home and we're never seeing them face to face, it's hard to manage, right? It's hard to build some rapport with those kind of people. So we need to, think maybe we need to invest into some, face-to-face meeting, into some team buildings, into something else. So I'm just, making up some examples, where to start with, but there are definitely in the internet some sort of checklist, that can, help you understand, where to start from and, how you can analyze all that. Start with your team, start talking to your people and collecting feedback about that. This is the easiest thing to do. Try to talk to all of them and put all the data together and see if there is a pattern. Yeah, if people, express their positive and negative feelings about the collaboration and work and the project, and there is a pattern to that, if they speak about the same stuff. And this is where you can start from. As a BA, this is what I would do, but we always like to analyze a lot of data. PMs might not be, inclined to do that. So hire a BA to help you with that. That's my recommendation.
Correct. So it's all about the people. Okay. Thank you. We have one more question, if you don't mind. What do you think about the risk of growing expectations upon providing the best quality service that you can? I mean, I think that it's about.
So you mean like if we are too cool and we are too good, the client might have this higher expectations? Well, it might happen. It might happen. That's why you need to have this, this constant, communication and collect this feedback. And always there is something that you start with. There is a certain contract or proposal in place that you agree to some specific expectations. This is what you agree. And whatever you do extra needs to be counted as extra. But there might be people who can cheat the system, right? There might be clients, this might be their way of, bargaining, or their way of not being honest. You will never secure yourself from clients like that. So maybe that's not your client, and maybe you should not, tear yourself apart to satisfy that client. Yeah, maybe that's a not out of your system. So you need to analyze more than one client, and you need to analyze all of them and maybe future prospects, to have the patterns of this is how we work. But don't expect that, failure will never happen. That's why when you collect all those scores, even NPS, you don't always have to end up with 10. 7 is enough, right? You don't have to go below 5, to stay competitive and to have a high reputation. So that's how it works. There will be always some percentage of clients, who won't be happy with whatever you do. Even if you jump up to the sky, if you will, develop something super innovative for them. Because people are people, yeah, we work in the people business, yeah. You can't always put everyone into one system and expect 100% efficiency. Things like that might happen, but yeah, the risk exists. You just need to see if what you do happens to all of the clients, if expectations, what you do, grows the client's expectations progressively, and it's typical for all of your clients, or just one, yeah, and then you will make your conclusion based on that. But I would not at the very beginning, I would not think of that unless that happens, to be honest. Yeah. Always smile, always try to communicate. If the client expects something from you and you don't respond, for weeks, it's not a good service. Yeah. So those little things that you can change might be very little. Yeah. But they will be significant to the client. And that's what, might improve their understanding of a service or their perception and their expectations. So that's what service excellence is about. Yeah. Don't jump over your head, but overthink about the client. Be customer centered, some sort like that.
Great point. Thank you very much. And thank you very much, Natia, for joining us today from Abu Dhabi. I do believe that you will enjoy your day today. And I hope all our viewers enjoyed your speech. So now we're going to have a little break for a couple of good, cool ads, and we will get back to you right after that.
Oh, wow. Let's start. What are the people at SoftServe like? I think the best way to describe us is to tell the story about the guys from Lviv who dream big. And that's how we made General Electric our first client. We're still the same people who aren't afraid to open new doors, to act boldly. But now, SoftServe is 28 years old. We have experience. Now our competitors are the best global tech companies. We are about people, and we love to grow together. And that's why we created our SoftServe University. We want people to believe in themselves, because that's when they can do anything. Being global, we are committed to our associates, clients, communities, and our future. We are not afraid of changes. With our volunteers at OpenTech, we can solve every social problem, and we are not afraid to make a difference as well. You've probably heard about our charity fund, Open Eyes? Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. We can do everything. And we also know how to party. And we can be together even if we can't. What else? We're global. 38 offices, 9 countries. That's huge. You can meet SoftServians everywhere from the USA to Singapore. And we're still growing. Let me tell you, that's inspiring. And you are inspiring. Thank you for being part of SoftServe. Thank you for creating it.
Це був просто нереальний день.
SoftServe is a global IT company with Ukrainian roots. We're innovative with the freedom to explore ideas. Our business has been growing and we're having a lot of fun along the way. So many talented people join us every day and we're passionate about making them feel welcome. Today, we're meeting our 10,000th colleague. To celebrate this moment, we learned as much about her as we could. We even found the recipe for her favorite cake. We were also a little bit nervous because not everything went according to plan.
I think that's her.
Irina, it's good to finally meet you. I'm Harry Cropper, president of SoftServe, and this is our CEO, Chris Baker.
And we are so excited to welcome you to the SoftServe team.
And we hope you have an excellent journey, full of adventures here.
До речі, тортик за рецептом моєї мами, який є лише в неї, і це неймовірно. Ще з моменту розмови з HR я відчула якусь таку, не знаю, душевність, напевно. Тобто далеко не в кожній компанії тебе так приймають, попри те, що ти ще по суті не в команді.
Welcome back, guys. So I'm happy to announce you the next speaker, and my pleasure is that my actual teammate, it's Anton Vorenko, who has also more than 10 years of experience in project management. He is a certified PMP, and also he is a certified Scrum Master and Product Owner. Also, our speaker is an Agile coach, and machine learning enthusiast, and has some very big title in PMI in Ukrainian chapter. He is VP, Director of Administration and Secretary in PMI Ukraine chapter, skilled program manager and project consultant, has a great agile understanding, and he is proficient in many areas of that, including Scrum. So please welcome Anton Vorenko, Agile Coach and Process Consultant at SoftServe. Hi, Anton.
Hi, Denise.
How are you doing?
Great. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, thanks for joining. So your topic sounds really interesting, the evolution of the Agile Coach role, and I hope that, I think that some of our viewers today don't even know what this role is about, but you are going to talk about the evolution of it, so it has some history. So I believe many of our visitors today would be really excited to know about that.
Yeah.
So this stage is yours. Please go ahead.
Thanks, Denise. Okay, great. Since I wanted to make it a bit fun and not so boring, to explain you regarding the changing role of Agile Coach, I will try to illustrate that with three stories. We don't know if it's real people, but I think we will figure out it at the end of this presentation. And I want to start from the first story. It's called Head Coach, right? And let's talk regarding what happened with one guy. Actually, in the beginning, there was the holy waterfall. It promised that we will ask our users what they want. Then we will design such a system. Then we can just code that and test it, and all would be good. All would be well. But actually, there was one guy, and let's call him Kent. And he discovered that the users changed their mind, right? And due to long development cycles, we cannot quickly adapt to these changes, and therefore users and workers were unhappy. So he said, it looks like it doesn't work, so we need to do something with that. And he started to think regarding different approaches, practices, and so on, how to figure out this dilemma. And as a great chance, there was one big corporation that struggled for more than 1.5 years with the new application. They tried to develop the new application that should replace a few legacy one with a comprehensive. And during this 1.5 years, they tried to finalize just any functioning part and failed, right? So Kent was invited to figure out this issue. What we had, failing project, we had team of 10 developers, and we had set of experimental practices, right? So there nothing to lose, and therefore he said, okay, I will try to do that. He started to implement those practices. He started to work closely with the team, change the whole way of working, and in the end, it was success. It was not just local success, but actually these practices became known just across all the industry. It was the great success. A lot of teams started to do it the same way and receive the same benefits. It was a big fame for Kent itself, and there was a new opportunity. He was invited in startup. It was quite fast-growing startup. It was already 200 people working on that, right, and 20 times more than his previous team. And of course, he was experienced guy and already know what they should do, which practices they should use. And here was surprise. They actually didn't follow his practices. And Ken thought, I don't mind if someone don't do what I'm recommending. It's okay. I just want them to fail, right? But nevertheless, this startup succeed without his practices. It was really changing moment, and he decided, okay, I need to learn that and understand how they can succeed without my practices. And this learning lasted for 7 years. He just observed, analyzed, and tried to figure out what he need to do to receive the same success. He understood also one additional thing regarding concept of anti-fragility. And as the result, after 7 years of observing, he came up with a new model, the model that changed his worldview. And actually, this is three-step model that showed how organizations during their life change their ways of working, and there cannot be one size fits all. And that actually was just the horn sound for the new wave. And here we should switch to the next story regarding one coaching practice. This next person, let's call him Henrik, he actually was one of those who followed practices of Kent and succeed. He was widely known practitioner. He worked with many different products, helped them to incorporate agile ways of working, and it was a good standing coach. And actually, his products, those companies that he helped, they started to grow. And suddenly, he discovered when products rapidly grows, all the benefits of Agile are gone. It was a bit upset things, and he just saw that different teams, when they working on the same product, because complex product, it requires for more than one team, they just doing the stuff in agile way, but receive actually result that we won't accept as good result. And he started to work on that. He tried different emerging frameworks regarding scaling products. He even took part in development of the new one, which became really known. And at the end of that, he just created a model that embraced all those patterns that help to develop complex products with a few teams. So, actually, he knew those things and he started to propose these methods, these models. He again succeeded. He can help bigger organizations, bigger companies, corporations to grow their own products. But there something is missing, he understood. Actually, when teams developing their product, they're quite big environment around them, corporate environment, enterprise environment, and since they cope with the issue of teams alignment, new issue arised. How can we work with environment which cannot embrace all those values and ways we are working with them? And he actually started to think of it. He also come up with some models how we can check our ideas, how we should make our decisions, but this was just beginning. And actually, this was drums for the next wave. Here is the story, the coach for complex system. Third one, let's call him Jess. He actually figured out how to help different companies to overcome their fear of big bang. Actually, within Agile, this is quite non-trivial issue. When you know that for actual release, you need a lot of effort, a lot of alignment, and therefore it costs much. And companies tried to avoid frequent releases. They just doing internal iterations, develop some increments, and put them to their environment, but at the end, they release to actual user only after some long time. And by that, they have the not really actual feedback from their users. So what he said, okay guys, it seems like it's a bit difficult for us, right? And what we can do to overcome our fears? We need to make it something routine, right? Let's create environment in which it could be done really fast. And if we do not need to spend a lot of time on that, we can just practice it. We can do it one time, next time, and by that, it will be for us something like a routine, right? We won't consider this release as a big bang for which we need to make a long preparation. It was a great move. He supported a lot of companies and they succeeded with this approach. They invited him as a consultant and make a different internal analysis and implementation of those systems. Since Jez was believer in empirical approach, he decided that we need to validate our method all the time. He participated in a different surveys and researches regarding high-performing teams, analyzed a lot of data to find some patterns which can help to improve this continuous delivery system. But actually, he figured out one thing which was not related to what he worked on, right? There was question regarding decision making, and they surveyed a lot of companies regarding the way they make their decisions. And he was impressed with the results, right? We actually will think that enterprises, corporations, they have some rigor models for making decisions, validated models related with some data and proven approaches, proven methods. But as we can see from this research, actually 13% of the companies rely on the opinion of the person with the highest salary, right? So we pay some person highest salary and wait decision from them. We don't have system which will validate their decision. We just put it and start to work on it. As some intermediate way, sometimes companies can invite committee to decide what should be potential options. But it's not really better way, right? We just have some opinions. And only 24% of respondents of those companies, they have some economic value optimization modeling. And he decided that this is the issue that we should cope with, right? We need not just put some new processes and help teams to become more excellent, right? But we also need to change environment in which they operate. We need to think how decisions should be made. We need to think how we work with our budget. We need to think how we cope with our risks. And this also should be implemented across all the organizations. So, what actually enterprise is? He asked himself. So, if we want to change the way enterprise work, we need to understand what it is. And he started to consider this as complex, adaptive system, right? Filled with people who share common goal. And of course, we need to take into account that we need to be adaptive. We need to take into account that rely on people, and we need to know what environment enterprises working in. That's how he came up with some models regarding responding to changes in the market. And if you can see on this left graph, so called S-curve, it actually may remind you something from our first story regarding Kent and what he understood when observed big, fast-growing organization. And actually, after these 3 stories, we may ask what it's about, right? And actually, it's just waves. I tried to illustrate these changes in Agile with well-known model of 3 waves. First wave, it's something that bring up Agile mindset and proposed us some techniques for team excellence, for team power. How we can decentralize our decisions, how we can empower our teams, and what toolkit, what set of practices they may use to help us succeed with our products. After big companies understood that actually small team from 10 people in 24 hours can make digital revolution, they started to demand implementation of the same practices, toolkits within their bigger environment. And when you are developing and supporting some complex products, you cannot do it with a small team. Actually, you can, but it probably will take infinite time. And therefore, they started to seek the ways to align team of teams. And here different scaled agile frameworks came, and that's why we have the second wave of implementation, which is focused on cross-team elaboration. And actually, after that, they understood that it's not the end game. We cannot be agile only partially. We need to embrace business agility. We need to change the way we planning our budget, we tackling our risks, we're making our decisions, and how we can react to changing market. This is the third wave, which now is going, and this is wave of business agility, right? This work with the management, with shifts in their mindset. And I am really almost at the end of my presentation. Just want to sum up everything that we just discovered together with you. Actually, there was 3 guys. You may think that those guys were Albert Einstein, but actually not. I propose you to try to figure out what is real individuals behind that stories. Maybe you can find some of their works, of their books, and try to understand why they come up with those different ways of working within Agile, how it can help you in your regular work. And actually, this is the way Agile coach changing his role. He needs to go through all 3 waves, right? We cannot just decide that we will go with business agility, right? We cannot just say that we can take this scaled framework and go with that, right? We need to go all three waves. Sometimes they're not such a big company and they need only the agile coach for team excellence. Sometimes they need agile coach for more wide products or its starting framework. So agile coach need to go through all these three waves, right? And he has some specific areas of toolkits which he applies to help companies succeed. He may go with facilitation, he may go with actual coaching, he should teach teams, companies, and executives, right? And he may mentor across all the organization, starting from the team members and go up to executives, right? So on the first wave, agile coach was more like coach for a sport team. He support team with their technical excellence. He applied some frameworks like Scrum, Kanban, extreme programming, and by that he created their embracing of agile ways of working. He empowered them with ability to make their decisions, right? And by that he created great self-organizing team. Then time passed and new frameworks emerged, right? We know scaled agile framework, we know LESS, Nexus, Scrum at scale, and so on. So these frameworks actually give their focus to cross-team alignment, and they show how we can create specific team of teams, how we can make them to scale their ways of working, how we can help them to receive feedback from end users for the big system, for the complex system, for the big product, how we can still perceive our iterations, small batches of releases, and release the whole big integrated product rather than a small little products which not related to each other and direct us to different goals. And this was the second wave. But it was a time where a lot of small startups started to go to market and just change its forces, right? We actually know how failed big corporations, and because they cannot see emerging small startups that just changing the forces within this market. As an example, we can think of companies like Kodak that thought there won't be any digital revolution within photography. And here we can find out new approaches like lean startup, right? We can find approaches like customer development, and those approaches showed us how we need to make our decision, how we need to make our investments, where we need to spend our monies, and how to create different horizons of investments. Of course, it was just for small companies. And at the beginning, big corporations thought as well that we do not need those approaches, lean startup, and so on. But year after year, those small startups just grows, and as now we can see, some of the biggest companies in the world actually was those startups, right? And they, with their scale, started to, actually they were born in Agile, and that's why they started to create this Agile mindset across all their functions: financial, work with people, operations, and so on. And big companies, which we already defined as the complex adaptive systems, they started to seek how to do the same for them. They started to ask those Agile coaches, executive coaches, Agile consultants, help them with those Agile transformation. In accordance with the latest research, we know that Agile transformations already just spread IT industry and go all around the world with all the different areas. Now we can see that within banking system, with healthcare systems, right? So actually for them, sometimes the first way is not really relevant because they are focused on a different way of working, but nevertheless, they still working with the products. They still working with the market, and therefore they need to understand how to create those products which will fit the market. And of course, there are a big impact from digital transformations. As we know, at this moment, most of the companies, they are digital companies. Even if you provide services in different areas, healthcare, banking, or transportation, you try to support that with data, you try to create this specific application which will help you to manage different services, right? And it means that nevertheless, almost any company in the world is already or soon will be digital company. That's why they need to have this business agility, and that's why we need to go through this way when we start our work with Agile coaching. Thank you for your attention. I hope it was fun.
Thank you very much, Anton, for the great speech. We have a number of questions to you, if you don't mind, from our viewers. Quite a lot of them. So let me start from this one. Do you agree that the cultural change comes last? The anchor changes in the culture at the end of the process and change by example and leadership.
Actually, it may be both way, but to be honest, as we know, culture, like it's your strategies during breakfast. So it means that without cultural changes, it won't be real changes. It will be just cargo cult, it will be mimic, and therefore you may receive like low level or none of those benefits that we can gain with Agile if you will not change your cultural approaches.
I see. Okay, good point. One more question from our viewers about your professional career. So, how can you grow from a Scrum Master to Agile coach?
Actually, there should be a few things that we need to do. First of all, for Scrum Masters, sometimes it's quite limited and they started to work only with one framework, which we can actually derive from their title, Scrum. To go further, you need to discover some additional approaches, frameworks. There are a lot of them, starting from XP and Kanban, and there may be some even not agile approaches, but which form this agile culture, like theory of constraints, right, lean approaches. This is the first move you need to do. Just try to go wider with your toolkit, with your methods, and with your understanding. And the second one, of course, it's practice and challenges. So you need to go with the new challenges. You need to practice a lot. You need to fail fast, recover, and go again.
Okay, thank you very much. Great, actually, recipe for making your mastership. Okay, let's move on. Anton, may I ask you to add a few words on fostering agile way of thinking for so-called old school top management crews?
Yes, okay, I will do that. There are a lot of them, and actually they should be adapted to specific cases, so just don't take this one and try to follow it all the way. But nevertheless, this is a good way to help them embrace these changes, is to show some real data, some real situations. Agile appeared because we saw that something is going wrong. We started to make researches, investigations regarding how people behave, how we are impacting or not impacting economy with our decisions. And this is the way we actually can change mind of those old school management, right? We need to show them how they, for example, have a lot of waste, or they just lose their money because of the old ways of working, because you can receive a lot of support from your teams if you will change the way and environment they are working within. And by that, you can receive more.
Okay, got your point. Thank you. So one more question. We have tons of them. So if, by the way, just want to remind that for those who actually asked the best question from Anton's opinion, it would be a prize from us after the conference. So one more question, Anton. May I ask, what are the indicators, soft skills, showing that the person has a high potential to become a good agile coach?
Maybe it's unpopular point of view, but I think it's more related. Actually, there are a lot of difference between all the people, and that's why someone can succeed easily with agile ways of working, and for someone it can be a real battle. Nevertheless, I think that if you see this as your mindset, if you can embrace that, you should go with it. So I will tell you that most any of these soft skills you can gain with the practice, right? So even if you're not very good in speeches, if you're not very good in showing or making agile decisions or teaching your team, mentoring executives, you can gain this knowledge. So you just need to practice, learn, study, lifelong learning, and continuously adapt to what you've learned.
Okay, got your point. Really good point. So practice is number one. Okay, then if you don't mind, one more question about the practicing.
Sure, thanks.
What are the most common challenges that you encounter as an agile coach?
First, of course, is mentioned culture, right? When it's something that all people tries to do, because we built in this way, we seek for easy way, right? We see that someone succeeded doing these steps, I will mimic them, I will do the same way, and I will beat this person. And companies try to do the same, like they don't tune, they don't adapt some methodologies, some frameworks to their specific. They try to just follow the steps and succeed. But as we already know from our first story, sometimes you cannot follow these things and succeed, and in another way you can follow them and fail, right? So you need to start from the culture. And probably what else I may think of, it's resistance from people, from actual workers, because something known for them, something they understand really good because they practiced, as I said you, and now they need to shift to another type of practices. It's quite difficult for me as well. That's why you need to challenge yourself and try to overcome this issue.
Okay, really great vision and point of view. Thank you very much for this awesome speech and for this great insights and recommendations to our visitors today. Guys, so let me please announce a break in our conference. So at the moment we're gonna have, let's name it a lunch break, and we will get back to you 2:20. So please stay with us, more to come, 2 more exciting speeches be there, and we'll see you after the break.
That would be commitment, because it takes a lot of courage, effort, and dedication to step out and to publicly say that you will contribute to the community. And it's not like today you're like, yay, and the next day you're like, nay. So that is definitely a commitment for me. One of the biggest benefits of SoftServe University is the opportunity to learn and to grow way beyond your expertise, literally within a few clicks. Isn't that great? If I could take just one thing with me to the future, that would be definitely photos, because they capture the now and you can relive it as much as you want. So it's basically like taking your past into the future. Would you cancel 2020? The stars say no. Well, I wouldn't cancel it either.
Робиш багато, але це не помічають. Пекс все бачить.
Рекс?
Ні, Пекс. People Excellence. Наша нова платформа Performance Review. Тепер твій внесок рахується.
Серйозно?
Так.
Презентувати клієнтам рахується?
Так.
А кодити на Python, якщо ти рубіст?
Так.
А це?
Класний перформанс, але в роботі не заюзаєш.
Я маю сертифікат. Багато сертифікатів.
Це добре, проте краще збирати лайки під тасками.
Я Джун і роблю роботу сіньора.
Робиш, ростеш.
А якщо у мене свій темп?
Це окей. Занурюєшся в один проєкт і розганяєш деливері конвейер – теж окей. Клонуєш себе одразу на декілька тасків. Ми врахуємо це.
І для чого вам це?
Спеціалісти змінились, і SoftServe теж. Пекс. Перформиш. Отримаєш.
Hello guys and welcome back to the PM Good News Conf number 2. So part 2 is about to start. Just want to remind you that we have 2 more speakers today and also we will have the random org will help us to find who won the prizes. And now I'm happy to present you the next speaker we have today on our conference. It's Maxim Amelian, our Senior Vice President and the Head of Strategic Office. Hello, Maxim.
Hi, thank you very much.
So a couple of words about Maxim. Maxim has over 11 years of experience in professional services from top global consulting and investment banking companies with focus on strategic and transformation programs, design and delivery. So before SoftServe, Maxim spent 7 years at McKinsey company where he was leading design and delivery projects for major clients in Europe and Middle East. Also, Maxim has a strong experience in mergers acquisitions that he gained prior to McKinsey as an analyst at Morgan Stanley. So very, very impressive background. Maxim holds a master's degree from Vienna University of Economics and Business Administration, and also holds a specialist degree in applied linguistics from Lviv Polytechnic University, Ukraine. Just to summarize, Maxim is in fact a very experienced leader who works with structured approach and creates inclusive and supportive environment for his teams. So I'm really glad and proud that we have such a great speaker as you, Maxim, today at our conference. And the topic we picked for your speech is really important because this is something that most of middle-level managers miss. They understand, what is the strategy? What does it mean? What does it affect? And we are very happy that today we will get this information maybe from the best person who can share this information with us. So welcome to the conference. This stage is yours.
Thank you very much. I'm really excited to be here and to speak actually about a topic that is really close to my heart. Just to provide you some of my anecdotal experience, I spent with McKinsey probably over 7 years, and 3 of those years I was in a project manager role, so similar to you guys. And the projects I was working mostly on were the projects where I helped as a project manager to design the strategy for large European and not only European corporations. And actually it's funny, but it took me, I think, at least 2 or 3 of such projects to understand what is a good strategy, right? Maybe because I was slow, I don't know. Maybe to provide some type of analogy with the strategy, because it's on one side it's a simple, but on the other side it's a quite complex topic, right? Imagine that I would love to be recognized by you guys as a best cook. And I would like to cook what? Borscht. I'd like to cook borscht for you. And that you would say, look, this is really the best borscht, right? Now, I don't know how to cook borscht, so I would take a number of recipes. Those recipes would be probably different in terms of ingredients, in terms of the process and the steps, the sequencing, how you make. Yet, if I'm successful and I don't screw up, I would probably make a decent borscht and would give you to taste. And even if it's actually very good, still only a part of you would say, look, this is the best borscht I ever tried, because all of us have different preferences, right? We are, at the end, different customers and we are different customer types, right? And to some extent, it's similar with strategy. Strategy is essentially a recipe, right? So if you look at the companies across the world, every company tries to win the competition, right? But only a few of them succeed in doing so in a unique way. Let's take a simple example. McDonald's, right? McDonald's is essentially in a restaurant business, right? So it serves meals. Is it really the best burger you ever tried? I don't think so, right? I know 10 better places where you can eat better burger than at McDonald's, and you know as well. Does it serve any other meals? I don't know, like sushi, steaks? Not really. It's really focused, right? But yet, it's a very successful corporation, right? And it succeeds in beating the market. It succeeds in beating this with a very clear choices and a clear strategy, right? So a strategy to some extent is essentially a recipe, how you as a company are able to beat the market. Now this, this was probably just an analogy to understand this topic a bit better, but let's now get to some more specific themes for you to understand this better. And I prepared some even boring slides for you. So, what is essentially strategy? And let's start with answering this question from the other side. What is not a strategy? A strategy is, definitely not go to be the best. You often hear from the companies like, look, we want to be the company with the best distinctive product, right? We want to be a company with best clients, with best people, best services, other, right? Is BMW the best car? Well, probably not for everybody, at least not for me, right? Is McDonald's again the best restaurant? Not really. Again, there are many restaurants where you can eat better burgers, right? But yet those companies are very successful, and they are not trying to be the best, right? In the very broad range of this world. Is a strategy to satisfy all different client needs what's in the world, or all the needs of your key clients? No. If you look at, for example, Procter & Gamble, again, also very successful international company. Back in the history in 2000, I think it was around 2010 or 11, Procter & Gamble had actually a number of successful brands, right? Their brands was in food and beverages, right? It was, for example, Pringles, the chips. It was a Procter & Gamble brand. They had brands in pharmaceuticals. And of course, they have a large portfolio of brands in essentially what we call personal care and beauty, right? So Pampers, all the other stuff they are essentially producing and distributing. And yet they made a decision to divest profitable brands in food and pharmaceutical industry, right? Pringles is not anymore their brand, right? Why they made that decision? Because they decided that their strategy is to focus on their core client needs that they want to satisfy and on their core brands. As well as they made some decisions around core geographies they would like to push those core brands, right? So this is called focus, right? It's, I do not know in my experience the cases where companies were trying to do everything for everybody and were successful. If you try to do everything good, most likely you will do nothing good, right? This is at least my experience. Also, like one more maybe myth, myth about the strategy is that you want to be essentially the largest company on the market, right? Think about this. Let's take Ford, right? It's a large automotive company, and it's actually, I think it produces close to 4 million cars a year. Now, Ferrari produces probably 9,000 to 10,000 cars a year. Ford is worth close to 80 billion, Ferrari 70, very close. And Tesla, for example, that produces, I think, close to 0.5 million cars, is worth 1 trillion. So is really a strategy to become the largest company is the right one? I think it's not always the case. Now, once we learned what, some myth, what strategy is not, let's try to understand what is actually a strategy, right? So, there are, of course, different definitions. What is a strategy? But actually, I like this one the most, and it's closest to my heart, right? I will just read it, and then we'll spend some time to explain. Strategy is an integrated set of hard-to-reverse choices to differentiate yourself in face of competition and to earn economic profit. Now, those simple words actually are really challenging to achieve and implement. First of all, let's take the first element, right? It's a set of hard-to-reverse choices. What is choice at all, right? In my experience, in my career, I had one project where we actually came as consultants to the owner and said, look, it looks like your company has 12 priorities, and it's probably a bit too much. And in a good strategy, you need to choose, you need to make choices. And he said, yeah, I made choice. I made choice to do it all. So this was his definition of choice, right? And, I think difficulty of making the choices, that choices in the reality means that when you make them, you actually sacrifice something. You give something up. And what you give up might be actually a profitable and a lucrative segment of your business. As for example, Procter & Gamble gave up, well, they sold, right? They sold Pringles, right? Still, they could have believed, we can grow this business and have much more value in 2020, maybe 2021. Right? That they made this choice, right? So, really hard to reverse choices are tough to make. And, if you think, so I just explained the word choices, I guess, but hard to reverse are actually the choices where if you make them, they really are challenging to undo. For example, if you think about the, like Ryanair, they made a choice to be a specific low-fare airlines. Their whole operating model, their flights, their planes, their personnel is actually used to this choice. And I think to actually change it and become a normal airline, it would take a very difficult investment, a very high investment if it would be possible at all. The same, for example, McDonald's. They choose to serve your food in 2 minutes and make it with a self-ready ingredients. That's a choice. And actually their whole design on their kitchens are designed in that way that enable the choice. And if you would try to change McDonald's now to something else, you would probably need to invest billions of dollars, right, into this, and not clear if successful. Now, the other important element is, I think, is worth talking about is to differentiate yourself. So essentially, the differentiation. Of course, the purpose is really to have a distinctive features of your product, of your services, of your operating model that makes you win the competition. It's not to be the best company. It's really to be a company that is distinctive in a certain way among the competitors. Other, I think, important word here is actually a competition. So if you think about the history of the word strategy, it actually comes to us from military, right? It was essentially a certain direction the military generals would take to win the war against the enemy. Being it sometimes you can say it's a military war, later it was also military and non-military political war, But well, it was essentially about winning against the enemy. And in the business world, naturally, the enemies are competitors, right? You know, translating to the realities of business world. So if you don't have a competition, right, as a company, and there are some cases like this, right? You are either in a very unique market, you are a monopoly, or you are, for example, you know, the client demand is so high that actually clients are fighting for the providers of those products or services and not vice versa. The strategy actually might not be even needed, right? Because you might not necessarily need to have this competitive edge. But of course, in a normal environment where the company fights for the company, it's a critical thing to be differentiated versus competitors. And of course, the last one, to earn economic profit. Well, essentially, the definition of economic profit is a profit the company generates above the return on the capital, right? So, you know, so the true profit, so to say. Naturally, if you don't want to make a true profit, so to make the profit to investors that are above their cost of capital, there is no sense to do business, right? You probably should go to charity or something like this, right? So this is essentially about what is a strategy in this definition. And if you think about the key questions that the strategy typically answers, right? They are the following. So the really very high level two ones are essentially where to play and how to win. This, you know, as abstract and simple as it can get. And of course, you know, like you, within those questions are the high-level questions that you need to have in mind. Okay, where to play? You should be pretty clear about your core customer segments and markets you want to focus on, right? You need to be clear what is your differentiating value proposition. So what is the unique value you bring to the customer for the price he's paying to you? And of course, you need to have a tailored operating model. So the model, the way your organization is built in terms of boxes, organizational design, processes, etc., and activities to enable this winning value proposition. Now, you know, so these are essentially, I guess, on some level of abstraction for you to understand what is really a strategy as such and what questions it answers. Now, if you look at the, you know, at the typical, if you would do now a project on a strategy, right? There would be, you know, a complex way how to essentially do it, a complex process, how to manage the stakeholders. It's also, it always, in my experience, a complex and really hard process that needs more an art than science, despite a number of frameworks that exist. But once that process is successful, what you will have as the output are the following things. You would certainly have the mission and values. They actually, you know, they are rather, I would say, even the inputs to the strategy, right? Because they are seldomly changed. Usually it's like 1 in 10 years. It's essentially, you know, a mission is a statement reflecting, also together with purpose, reflecting why your company exists, right? So for example, Tesla would say, look, we exist because we want to accelerate the conversion to sustainable energy. Or Disney would say, look, we exist because we want to make people happy. They have a bit more complex formulations, but at the end it means this, right? We want to make people happy with our products, right? We bring happiness. So this is really abstract. And values are, you know, you would say it's a key principles, but they are also abstract, right? If you look at the key principles, some of the professional organizations, professional services organizations like client comes first, right? Maintain the independent perspective. Keep a high-level CEO view on things, right? It's actually, you know, it's more guiding principles, but they do not answer the key question how you differentiate and win the competition. So in the process of once the process of development of the strategy is complete, you would typically have the following artifacts, right? You would have the vision, right? So essentially it's a statement of the aspirations and ambition of the company, how it moves towards this mission. So, you know, you would, some of this vision topics would be, look, we want to be a top quintile company, which could be, we want to be a leader in this industry, we want to be globalized, we want to be diversified. There would be a number of such aspirational and then more specific statements that indicates how you move towards this mission, right? And then they will be turned into a specific long-term goals, yeah. So which would be already very specific with, you know, time bound with the specific measures. And naturally, the next artifact that you will have is you will have, depending on how the company is structured, you will have either one corporate strategy or you would have some corporate guidelines and a number of business unit strategies that answers the question how you make your company differentiated. Because neither vision nor strategic goals answers that question. What is distinctive about your company, right? It's just a set of goals and things you need to achieve. But there is no answer yet there, those upper blocks of how you make yourself distinctive and differentiated. And then, you know, what naturally this corporate and business unit strategies would also entail the part about specific initiatives and milestone and roadmap how to get there on the different level of abstraction, right? So this is a typical output that you would get, you know, from a normal strategy process. At the same time, the way how you get it is not sequential, right? It's not always sequential. There is always some circulation between, you know, between vision and strategic goals, between strategic goals and strategies, between strategies. So, you know, once you develop the strategies a bit better, that changes the goal structure, etc. So it's really about a bit of I would say art there, how you develop those things, and certainly it's not an easy, straightforward process, because at the end, as I said before, you need to make choices ideally in the strategy process, and to make choices it's not easy for anybody. True choices it's hard to make. Good. So this is essentially, you know, if you look simply about the artifacts. So let's move to the next part. What we have. Okay. This is actually, so why is a strategy important? This is like chart that I took from McKinsey website, right? From McKinsey article. What they show here, it's on the y-axis, you would see it's essentially the so-called economic profit. So what I was referring earlier, profit that company generate above the cost of capital. So, you know, a true measure of its right profitability. And then on the x-axis, you would see it's essentially separate companies, right? So you would see that the majority, they did a sample of 2,400 companies, and the bottom quintile, so the bottom 20%, they generate actually negative. Then this middle, which is essentially 60%, they all generate an average economic profit of close to 50 million. And remember, those are mostly large companies. So this is really small with a very limited differentiation among themselves. And only if you look at this very right part, you would see that this top quintile, and even towards the end of the quintile, so really top 10% generate really abnormal profit. So this means that on this sample, actually, and this abnormal profit is on average 1.5 billion. So it's, you know, 30 times more than an average company generate. And this means actually that very few companies, so really like, I think here is the top 10%, manage to truly beat the competition. Why do they do this? How do they do this? Because of strategy? Look, certainly not only, right? Of course, the company success depends on many other factors, such as culture, quality of talent and leadership, access to resources. So there are a number of things that makes, a success of company vital. But certainly, and the research actually shows us with the data, that, it tells that the company that with a clear strategy and understanding of the strategy among top management are likely to outperform the competition three times more often, right? So certainly strategy is a key part of this success, right? And actually, it's do all companies have strategies? Certainly not. Or as you've seen on this graph, actually many, I think, even of the large companies that have it in a formal way, probably it's simply not really good enough, right? I assume that there are some companies in this top quintile that might not have a very explicit strategy, but it's likely that they have it in an implicit way, right? So it's not necessarily a well-formalized document, but it's about, as I said, the choices that you made to differentiate yourself, right? So essentially, in this perspective, the strategy is the key to for the company to outperform the competition. Why is it important for you to understand the strategy as a project manager? So look, it's actually not that easy, right? Because the strategy development as such is really done mostly by the top management in cooperation with the board. It's usually how it works. The top management, so top 10, top 15 leaders develop the strategy, approve it with the board, and then it's communicated to the proper level, to the divisions that need to implement this. This is most typical strategy process. In my tenure with my previous employees, I even mostly did not know what was the company strategy because it was not required to communicate. For example, when I was a PM, I did not know what was a strategy for McKinsey, right? Because there was no decision to communicate to that level, right? Still, it's important for you to understand, and probably, when you speak to your clients, you will often have the situations where they might not know what is a company strategy, right? Because it's like a war plan to win the competition. It's not always public, but still, it's important to understand this from a multiple perspective. In your client work, is of course you need to understand the needs of your clients better, right? What they truly need to achieve, and actually make a decision for them to steer the project in the way it supports the strategy, if there are such decisions. Not all the projects have such decisions. There are many projects that, that you would say it's more like operational improvement projects and needs to be done regardless of the strategy. But it still would be important add-on for you to understand the broader picture. And certainly, it's important for you to have this understanding from the perspective A. If my employer goes in certain direction, right, over the next 5 years, what do I need to change in my professional development to be really useful and to make a successful career here? And also, I think important element, for yourself, for making, for example, a strategy how to develop your own career or to develop yourself to a true leader, you need to have this strategic thinking and strategic DNA, or you need to develop this. And it's not that easy to develop, to be honest, because it takes a certain level of abstraction and conceptual thinking, but it's, I think, an important component of a leadership profile. Look, that's actually pretty much all the elements that I wanted to elaborate here in this presentation, and I'm open to your questions.
Thank you very much, Maxim. It's a great topic, and actually I believe that all our viewers got great insights today about the strategy, about what's important for them, and actually you so far are the most asked speaker so far.
Okay.
We have a number of questions. Again, dear viewers, just me remind you that the best question will get the prize. So let me start from this one. What is a hidden gem, the must-have secret of successful strategy? On the other hand, what is the worst example of strategy that you have ever seen?
Good question, right? Look, I think the hidden gem of the strategy, right, is a commitment and readiness of the leadership of the company, being essentially the management, the board, so really those who own the decision making about the strategy, to make bold moves. And it's very tough, I can tell you, because when you own the business or when you manage the business, and it's your money, it's your child, because you are a CEO or a CFO, whatever, in that company, it's really tough to make the choices, which particularly implies that sometimes you need to give something up. Imagine I don't know, you have a company of 2,000 people, and one of the choices would be, for example, that we were pushing on some of my previous experience, to divest one of the businesses, right? To close it, just to, and you actually need to let people go. It's really tough decisions. And if you are, ready, if the stakeholders are ready for those decisions, that's actually, I think, the key component. So the key component of success of such strategy. Of course, it's not always, decisions do not always need to be so tough, but sometimes it's really challenging. One of the worst, I think, one of the worst examples I mentioned in my experience at the beginning, when we come to the shareholder, and he said, look, we said, well, there are 12 priorities. It's very challenging to do that. I said, no, we do it all. But he said, but look, it's resources, time. We haven't seen examples of this being successful. No, I don't care. We just will manage everything, right? And guess what? That company was average. They were essentially an average performing company, and of course with ambition to become top 5, and they remain average performing company. That's but you cannot change sometimes the opinion. So I guess these are the polar views, right, on this.
Okay, good. Thank you very much. Yeah, really great examples. So next question: what is the best strategy to grow in the market without or with a small number of competitors?
I think, as I said, if you don't really have the competition, I'm not sure you entirely need the strategy, because strategy primarily is about how you win in the competition. So if you are a single provider, you just need to make sure that you expand very quickly. So it's more about doing the same, just quicker, and probably better, but doing the same better, it's like operational efficiency. It's very important, by the way, operational efficiency, it's a very important element of the success of the company. But when you don't have strong competition, it's not clear if you need really like a distinctive offering that somehow differentiate you from the competitors, because no. Or the competitors not truly like competing for customers, rather customers competing for their providers, right? There are such situations. if there are few competitors, it's I don't think it's really depends on the number of competitors. It's more on the intensity of competition, right? The market shares that you have. There is even famous indices, right, that reflects how concentrated the market is. But then you just need to find, you know, how you want to differentiate. And typically, you know, there are two large ways how you can be differentiated. You can be differentiated either as, for example, low-cost provider. So take, for example, Walmart, right? Walmart is essentially a low-cost provider, right, in the retail industry. Or, you know, you can be maybe like another example. You can be, I guess it's Xiaomi, right? The telephone providers who makes the iPhones, right? They are really low cost, actually, and they win on being the low cost provider, right? Or you can be an Apple, for example. An Apple is essentially differentiated by really making a cool products for which they charge a huge premium. I guess, you know, at least I would say that Apple, the price of Apple is not probably is not fair from the manufacturing perspective, right? And compared to Xiaomi, it's like maybe, I don't know, 10 times more expensive. But they manage to charge the premium because their value proposition is differentiated and distinctive, right? So they win on the characteristics of their products they do. Right, so these are in large two key, essentially, strategies how you can differentiate. But at the end, you know, it's about finding a unique set of characteristics of your company, either in terms of the product or services you provide, or in terms of the segment of the customer segment you focus, or in the way you provide, so in the way you access those customer and deliver the service, right? You can be unique in that.
Okay, thank you very much. One more interesting question: what are the red flags that the company choose the wrong strategy?
Well, you know, there are, I think, few. First, there are, I guess, red flags at the level of the designing the strategy, committing to the strategy, and actually executing and seeing results. So they are like sequential, right? Mm-hmm. On the level of designing the strategy, I think the red flags you see when you will see at least the formulation of that strategy, right? If the strategy is not specific to you, is not specific enough and does not answer the questions around winning the competition, then probably it's at least, you could say it's not yet a red flag, right? But it's at least maybe a bit too generic, right? And then, of course, at the level of, because, you know, you design the strategy and then the management and the company needs to commit. So when the management, together with board, designed, the top leaders need to commit. They say, look, I commit to the strategy. I believe in it, right? So when you have actually the challenges at the level of commitment and your broad organization is not aligned, then probably you have already problems, right? Because maybe there is some misfit between, or the change is too large, you know, between the existing culture and the future one. But of course, the problem is, I guess, many of the red flags you see too late, right? Think about, you know, think about Nokia or think about BlackBerry. I don't know which of those you know, but Nokia used to be the largest phone provider in the world. Now it's nowhere. BlackBerry was also very successful provider of the, well, they were called Blackberries. I used them at my time and it was a very cool device. But, you know, they failed to recognize the trends and the competition and actually they went bankrupt, right? I think Nokia went bankrupt as well, I'm not sure, but I think at least they are nowhere in the phone business. And remember, this was, for me, this was the first phone, right? Nokia a great mobile phone, right? So the results of the bad strategy is, and the red flag sometimes you see late, and the company is already gone, right? So that's a bit unfortunate.
Yeah, it's really valid point. And actually, when you were talking about Apple, I actually was using Apple when Nokia was the cool phone, so I was like sort of.
You were the pioneer, right?
Yeah, sort of. Yeah, no one understood why don't I just buy Nokia if I can afford this. So why do I spend time with Apple?
You should have invested in stocks of Apple, I guess.
Yeah. Okay. So maybe the last question, not to take a lot of your time. In your opinion, what is the best strategy for business development of a small product IT company?
Best strategy for business development of small product IT
company, yes.
Look, I think as essentially a startup, right? You need a strategy, right? But and a strategy which defines that you have a right product market fit, right? So essentially, you design a product that has a clear differentiation and demand from the customers, right? For that, what you would need to do is probably as a startup guy, right? You would need to define, okay, look, what is the key product I'm designing? What is my key customer segments? And what are actually the pain points I'm addressing for them, right? And how am I different in addressing those key points from the competitors? So once you know at least this concept, you relatively soon, of course, push the development. But my experience with the startups, the strategy, you really need to be agile, right? The strategy changes, like for you as a startup, you probably will change your strategy every, I would guess, 4 to 8 months, right? Because you will understand this, this basic things that I told, let's say, in a couple of weeks. You will push something to development. You develop a product. You will try to test it. Have the first reaction. You will understand that this is, it's stupid, right? It doesn't work. You need to change. So you will have this. As a startup, you will need to really work in a really agile way in terms of customer experiences and testing, right? And you will need to be really agile with the strategy because it will take time for you to establish the right one and understand the right components. So probably, I would not overinvest. Typically for large companies, strategy is a process that can take 6 to 9 months to develop. For a startup, I would probably invest, 2-3 weeks. Maybe 4 at most if you have time, and then just would run, test, see if this is successful, iterate as in a typical agile software development process, right? With proper customer experience, feedback, and so on. So it's you need to be really agile in this for a startup.
Okay, thank you very much. That's a great point. Thank you very much for joining us today. I really appreciate your time.
You're very welcome.
Your topic was amazing, and I hope that you enjoyed this conference, being a speaker. We hope to see you again in the future. So thank you very much. And colleagues, dear viewers, we are close to the exciting moment. After the short break, we will know who are the winners of our quizzes and who will win the prizes. So stay with us. We will get back to you after the short break.
Отже, ми знаходимося в офісі компанії SoftServe у Львові в Україні. Сьогодні 27 жовтня 2025 року. Готові?
Так.
Зараз, у 2025 році, ми розуміємо, що ці двері стали символом. 4 роки тому людина, яка змінила індустрію Data Science, зайшла саме в ці двері.
Це не ті двері.
Не ті двері?
Так?
А де ті?
Тоді у 2021-му у нас був ремонт в офісі, то ми й переробили ті двері.
А на що?
На скульптуру.
Саме в ці двері зайшов наш головний герой. 4 роки тому стався бум у напрямку Data Science. І у вас вже тоді були Data Science експерти в Україні, США, Болгарії та Польщі. Але ви продовжували шукати нових.
Так. Ми з командою вирішували досить складні аналітичні задачі.
2021 був складний рік. Ті часи кількість даних досягла таких масштабів, що обробити їх силами одного комп'ютера було просто неможливо.
2021 рік. Це була революція даних. Дані про контент, контент про контент, дані про дані. Ось в таких умовах SoftServe і шукав працівників.
Потреба у спеціалістах Data Science зростає швидше, ніж потреба у будь-якій іншій професії.
Отже, тоді, у 2021 році, ваша команда працювала не лише з ML, CV, NLP, а й активно використовувала MLOps концепт і клаудні технології.
Так.
І ви запрошували до себе найсильніших кандидатів в цих напрямках.
Так.
І тоді ви знайшли того, хто здійснив революцію в даних.
Так.
Як би я описав цю людину?
First impressions were
an introvert, sometimes an extrovert, both at the same time, I guess.
Це домашнє робоче місце цієї людини. Людини, чиї ідеї змінили індустрію Data Science у далекому 2021 році. А чому не видно імені?
Ми цінуємо приватність, тому не афішуємо ім'я.
А це чоловік чи жінка?
Не можу вам сказати.
А в чому полягала ідея цієї людини?
А це комерційна таємниця.
Знає, як працювати з даними та як їх витягти оптимізовано.
Наші думки йдуть паралельно в одну сторону.
Розуміється в тому, що робить.
Вміє слухати та прислухатись.
Ось тут наш герой іноді спав. Ось кікер, за яким так любив грати наш герой. А ось його улюблений футболіст. А ось його улюблений м'яч. Це ручка, якою писав наш герой. Коридор, по якому ходив ліфт поверх. Отже, ця людина допомогла вашій компанії зробити прорив, революцію в Data Science.
Так.
І зараз, у 2025 році, ви хочете найняти працівників у департамент Data Science у 2021 році.
Так.
Тобто у вас є технологія розміщення оголошення в минулому. Тобто зараз я можу звернутися до людей, які живуть у 2021 році, і закликати їх подавати свої резюме в департамент Data Science.
Так.
І хтось із тих, хто подасть резюме, і є тією людиною, про яку ми зараз знімаємо це відео?
Так.
Якщо ви дивитесь нас у 2021 році, то подавайте ваші резюме в департамент Data Science компанії SoftServe. Це я вам кажу з 2025 року. Так?
Сферата е много по-голяма, отколкото си представях. Има страхотни хора, които комуникираме по-добре с клиентите. Did you get any of that? Design thinking, this is something that we use every day. Its main focus is having empathy for our users, for our customers, for our stakeholders. We're the bridge between like business and technical and user needs as well. I guess I like that discovery part the most because it gives you a chance to explore a completely new problem and you have like a blank slate to come up with something great. We have such a variety of different clients. There is almost never a project similar to another project. We have healthcare, financial, we have media.
Another tragedy and we just seen tsunami. Need the peace who
The company does put a lot of effort in growing people internally, not just hiring senior people from the outside. We call them practicum programs, which are basically an opportunity for a junior person to get a job, because it's often hard to get a job without experience. SoftServe is a large company, so there is a lot of opportunity. There is a lot of great people that you can look up to. I learned so much from my junior designers as well. They have so much to show me a different perspective. Yes, teach me patience sometimes, you know.
We hold the power and change gonna come as soon as we lock off to connect. What you waiting for?
Hi all, my name is Ala Ždan and I'm a PMO Community Manager. And I'm very excited to be here today and to announce the winners of our PMO quizzes. Actually, I've already sent you emails to those who either won or failed somehow our quizzes, but today random org will decide everything. So, the first quiz made for us Inna Perivalova, sorry. She is our PMO competence expert, and she actually made it for you, and 5 people answered correctly to all our 5 questions. And let's random decide who will get prizes from PMO. Okay, so Nina, Olga and Natalia, congrats, you won. The quiz number 2 made for you our PMO competence manager Irina Poprotska. She dedicated this PMO quiz to metrics, and here we have approximately 7 people who answered all questions correctly. So now we're going to decide who will get prizes. Let's check. Congrats to Sergey, Oleg and Maxim. Let's move on. PMO quiz number 3. Actually, here we have a lot of people who answered correctly to the questions. This quiz made for us Tatiana Straver. She was our speaker during the first PM Good News Conf. And now we try to find out top 3 people who will get prizes from PMO. Okay. So Victor, Stanislav and Volodymyr, congratulations. Let's move on. PMO quiz number 4 made for you our second speaker today, Anton Varenko. And here we have 4 people who answered correctly to all 5 questions. Okay, let's find out our 3 lucky ones. Ruslan, Camila and Anna, we congratulate you. Let's move to the last PMO quiz. Artur Zermant, our PMO competence lead, made it for you. And here we have 52 winners actually. So here we have lots of people who answered correctly to all the questions. You rock, guys. Okay, so let's random find out who will get prizes this time. And here we have 2 Danilas and Anton. We congratulate you with it. And also we had 1 week before our conference, we had a live stream in Telegram account SoftServe Career or SoftServe Education. We have lots of accounts and social media, lucky we are. Here we had live stream, but before it, we encouraged you to send Dennis questions dedicated to project management, and he answered the 10 questions and 3 people. He selected 3 questions, and the people who will get prizes from PMO are Oksana Sashenko, Danilo Kleban, and Mikhailo Nikolaev. So that's all about our prizes and PMO quizzes and activities that we had for you, and we'll return to you in a couple of minutes with our last speaker. Stay tuned. Hi all again. Actually, that's the last call, and I'm very glad to announce you our last speaker today. And that's my colleague, a person with enormous experience in IT. Actually, 20 years he dedicated to project management. And also Dennis, that's him, yes, actually. Dennis, he's an experienced mentor and trainer. Actually, he has his own school of project management, and also he inspires our team on a daily basis. And what topic will you cover today, Dennis?
Thank you, Alla, for this presentation. Today I will talk about very important topic about the ethics of management. The new dimension of decision making in managerial experience.
That's cool, and the stage is yours. Please proceed.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, hello again. So now, as a speaker, really glad to share with you this topic, which becomes more and more important. Nowadays, this is about the management ethics. We will discuss what it is and how to apply that. But let me start from the basics. Let's talk about ethics in general. So what it is and why should it be a part of like a decision-making process, and why it's important for organizations and for the leaders. Nowadays, you should understand that the market is too competitive, and one of competitions happens for people. And again, at the moment, people are so selective, are so picky about the employer. They won't just pick your company or choose your company to work for just because of the salary or because of the name of your company. They are really interested in what is the perception of your company on the market. How would they perceive for others while working for you? So, and your image, I'm not talking about the brand, I'm not talking about the marketing, it's about how your company is perceived on the market from the human being perspective. So if they want you to show the best you can. So if you are not an ethical company, if you do something wrong from the ethical point of view, most probably they will not decide to work for you. However, it's really difficult, because making ethical decisions is definitely not easy. And the main problem for this is the absence of right and wrong at all. When we are talking about the ethical decisions, there is no right decision or wrong decision. There is no right solution or wrong solution. It's up to you what you decide, and it's always sort of a bet. You do a decision, you make it, and then you hope that it would be perceived in a certain way by the community. Moreover, ethics at all is not a sort of, a super formalized science. It does not have any body of knowledge. And the most challenging thing is that the data it works with are like the fundamental data is the feelings and emotions, but not concepts. And you can't measure such things. You can assume, you can predict, but there is no any way of formal measuring or formal management, I mean quantitative management. So there is nothing about that. You work with just the feelings, the emotions, and this. One more aspect that complicates things is that ethical judgments are really subjective. But then the cultures and communities, they vary a lot. So something that is ethical for one community might be totally not acceptable for other. And now we live in the global environment when all those communities, all those people are mixed. So having one truth for everyone is not possible. And that's why actually there is nothing right and wrong. You should take everything into consideration. So you should be really careful with this diversity, with all those different opinions, different cultures, and so on. So you should take all these things into consideration. And again, there is no formality, and the data that you work with is actually not a data at all. However, if you manage to introduce ethics and leadership together into your decision making like an additional dimension, this affects the success of your business a lot. It affects the success of your processes within the organization, and it affects the overall result of doing your business. So together, those things make real magic. How should you pick one? So what should be ethical and what should be not for your organization? You should pick some ethics code, sort of principles, values, standards, rules of behavior that guide your operations, procedures, and systems within your organization. So you should pick certain set of those values, of those principles, and just follow them. It should be all based on some values your company shares. And everyone in your company should understand that, okay, we do this, we don't do that. This is right, this is wrong. This we avoid, this we love. And so on. So you create this set for your organization. It can't be right, it can be wrong. It can't be efficient or less efficient. It can be yours or not yours. This is the only thing that might happen to this. And based on this, you then ground all your decision making, everything you do, all your processes, all your operations. And then, like a follow-up, good ethics is actually a good business. So it's just linearly depend on each other. So this is something that I wanted to share with you about the ethics. Now let's talk about the moral leadership itself. So what it is. There are actually different things about that to say, but in general, moral leadership is how leaders touch hearts, but not just minds. As managers, what we do, we try to influence people's behavior. So the way we do it is by setting them objectives, explaining why it's important, tell them motivate them, tell them what would be the benefit for them if they succeed with these activities. So this is how we behave. This is a typical managerial tool set to affect the behavior of others. And in addition to this, we should work with additional level. We should work with their feelings and emotions. We should understand them and take them into consideration. We unfortunately cannot generate them for them. So we can't make people feeling something, or we can't produce emotions. This is it's super personal, and every person has its own. But what we can do and what we must do, we must take this into consideration. Then we base when we pick the decision or set up a process, or we think over some procedures and so on. There are four main pillars of moral leadership. First one is the leadership of purpose. So everything we do for certain purpose. We don't do something just because we do this. We do this on purpose. The second one, we inspire and elevate others. So we depend on people. We need people to be inspired. We need people to help us get a success. So in order to have them doing so, they should be inspired, and we elevate them. Third one is to be animated by values and virtues. So we should base, as I already said, all our decisions, all our procedures, all our processes on certain set of values and principles we all believe in as a company. So this is something that should be a baseline, a ground for everything you do, on everything you just think and everything you communicate. And the fourth pillar is building a moral muscle. So being moral, being ethical, is something that needs like development, as any other skills that you have. And the moral muscle, you should train it every day, every time. It's going to be hard. It's going to be painful from time to time, but you should carry on. And this way, you will get to the level of being a moral leader that can generate a huge success. So let's now talk about the practices, because I believe, guys, you are all interested not in the theory, but how to apply that. And I have a couple of practices for you to share. So first one is start with a pose. You know, people, human beings, are really different from the rest in this world. When we talk about some mechanism, when we pause or stop it, it just stops working. It does nothing. But people are different. Then when we stop, we start doing something which we don't do when we are on the move, on the go. And actually, things which are important for being a moral leader, we do when we stop, when we pause. We should rethink approaches. We should reimagine what is possible. We should reconnect with our moral commitments. We should do all this. And unfortunately, you cannot do this on the go. You should pause at certain situation, reconnect to your principles, reconnect to your values, and then make a decision. So this is practice number one. Practice number two is seeing a humanity in everyone. So we should not treat others as just means. They should end in ourselves. We need to build unique and deep relations with them. We need to spend time to discover their hopes, their aspirations. We should know them well, not just as professionals, what they can do, what they cannot do, what are their development plan, and things like this. This is not enough. We should know about them as humans. What do they feel? What do they love? What do they dream about? Who they are from the human being perspective. And this is really, really important. If your people, your subordinates, and in yourself, in you, then you have this connection that allows you being a moral leader for them. You cannot be a moral leader just on a certain distance. There should be a connection between you and them as humans. You as a human being as well as they are. and you should get connected to them. So this is a practice number 2. Practice number 3 is fostering freedom. So normally moral leaders cultivate certain independence and responsibility. We need people to extend the trust, so they need to be managed, but they need to be guided by shared values. Definitely they should also be supported in taking the certain risks necessary for achieving the goals they have, the aspirations they have. But what should really drive them is not you, but they're sharing the values with you. If they are sharing the same values as you do, then it's just enough to set them the goal, so they understand the objective. They understand why this objective is important in scope of our values, our mission, our principles, our vision. And if they understand that, they would be passionate. They will do all their best to just follow the goal. And the only thing you need to do is to support them. So this is the practice number 3. Practice number 4 is demonstrating humility. Don't forget that you are the human, regardless that you are the manager. The manager is just your position. The leader is your essence. But in fact, first of all, you are the person, you are the human. And as a human, you are a social creature. Definitely, if there is some background or some reason of feeling confident, if it's warranted by anything, then you should stay confident. It's okay. But you should also understand that as a human, you have limits. You can't do anything. You are not capable doing anything that you might want to be capable of. And sometimes you need help of others. You should accept that. If you don't accept that, it would be very difficult for you to achieve a great success, because all the success would be limited by your capabilities. You would not be able to do something above your capabilities. But you definitely need this. So at certain point, you should understand, okay, I can make mistakes, I can be wrong, I am limited in my capabilities, and I need help of others. If others will join you, together, you would be able to do much bigger things. And this is really, really important to understand. So please demonstrate this every day. And don't forget, being a manager doesn't mean being a Superman. You are not a Superman. You are just a human being. Being a human being is very important. But being a human being has limitations, has capabilities, and assumes making mistakes. You know, the human factor is the most loved factor of risks of every project manager. So we all love this factor. And you are also the source of this. You can be wrong. You can misunderstand things. Your ideas might be stupid. I'm sorry. And mine can be as well. So every of us has this limitation. So, and we cannot do anything. So just together with others, we can achieve something really big. So the next practice is actually upholding ethical standards. I meant that being a moral leader and building your moral muscle would be difficult, really, really difficult. Because some of ethical decisions, unfortunately, are unpopular. There is a wrong perception that every ethical decision would be loved by others. Unfortunately, this is definitely not the case. If you do ethical decisions, because of the variety of opinions, because of this different views on what is right and what is wrong, some of them will be definitely unpopular. And you know, guys, that making unpopular decisions is tough. And staying ethical will be related to a lot of wishes to, okay, maybe do some compromise in certain situations, maybe not this time, okay, maybe this time, yeah, definitely this would be right, but not now we can do this, let's make an exception. You will always have such thoughts. But upholding ethical standards is something that should drive you not to take these thoughts and to keep being aligned with your values, with your virtues, with your principles and standards. So you should keep moving. If you decided, okay, I'm going to be the moral leader, it's a difficult choice, but it's right choice. It's a really choice that is required nowadays. But it's going to be tough. It's going to be tough. And when we face such tough situations, when we should demonstrate, okay, we still, even in this situation, which really we dream make an exception. It would be much, much easier to make an exception. We don't make this exception. We keep get aligned with our standards. And this way, by the way, we can demonstrate to others how important those values are for us. And this is going to also spread this culture of ethical behavior and ethical decisions throughout your organization. If in the organization leaders start making those ethical exceptions, the organization itself, the organization in general, will never become an ethical organization. And I already mentioned it will end up with like a fail on the global market, because people will not accept that. There is no way of achieving that. So we need to every time make a effort, build our ethical muscle, moral muscle, and just uphold our ethical standards. And one more thing we need to do is seeking the truth. Doing what is right, you know, when you decide that, okay, I will do just right things and I will not do wrong things, it requires certain sincere, rigorous and concerted effort to find the truth in every situation. So you need to think, where is the truth? You should seek for this. You should have this curiosity and patience, and to deep into the smallest nuances and consider multiple perspectives, to listen to opinion of others in order to find this truth and forge it. And when you found it, then you demonstrate commitment to values you espouse. So please never disregard this. Listen to anyone. Find the truth. Don't take the most, comfortable opinion, or don't accept opinion of others just because you have to. Seek the truth and never give up in this. And act with courage. Do not sacrifice your principles. You should always have, the choice between the short-term gain and staying, what Maxime was talking about, aligned with your strategy. And strategy of being an ethical leader, the moral leader, is also a strategy. This is the differentiator, one of differentiators that is a part of your strategy. So do not sacrifice your principles for the short-term gain. Definitely stating the truth sometimes means a risk. Take this risk. And stand up for what you think is right. This is important. This makes you a moral leader. Because the risk of indifference is always, 100% situations, always higher than any other risk you can take. The indifference is the worst thing you can do as a leader. So here we are, and actually this is everything I wanted to share with you today as a speaker. So thank you very much. Now we have time for questions.
Many thanks, Dennis, for your talk. It was very inspiring and interesting. And we got some questions for you. The first one is how we can ensure that we follow moral leadership way if the topic of morality is very subjective from person to person.
Correct. So this is exactly what I was talking about. So we should not take the approach of making everyone happy. It's not possible. So being ethical, being moral, means being aligned with the values you've chosen. So you should not try to just align with everyone. There is no way to do this. I mean in terms of ethical things, because of a variety of ethical perspectives. But you should always be aligned with your values, with your principles, and with your standards.
Thank you. How do you train the moral muscle of your employees at SoftServe?
By example. So the best way to actually develop your employees is to develop them by your example. So what I do, I try to be an ethical leader myself, and then I think they appreciate that, and I think it inspires them doing the same. So this is exactly the way we do this.
What's a possible drawback of prioritizing ethics in your team too much?
Difficult question. It would be difficult. So being more ethical means taking more risk, being, quite often in tough situations, making unpopular decisions, and so on. So taking this direction, being ethical in your team, complicates doing things, but improves the end results a lot. And the way to become a moral leader is really, really difficult. But from a certain point, it becomes part of your culture, and it becomes natural for you. So you would not be able to do anything else. It would be just the only approach you follow. So definitely this target, this result, worth all the difficulties that you will face on this way.
And the last question for today. What will you do if the key person at your project wants to quit? Will you keep this person if it contradicts the rules of ethics?
No, I will not. If it's not ethical, I will not do this. it's something that I mentioned. Upholding the ethical standard means that you shouldn't focus on the short-term gain. Definitely retaining the person either on the project or in the team always makes life easier because you shouldn't find a replacement, you should perform a knowledge transfer, you should do something else. You should pay extra costs for replacement. So definitely the short-term gain would always be to retain. But as an ethical, as a moral leader, you should never do this. If it contradicts with your ethical standards, then you shouldn't do this. You should let this person go. And you know what? If you are a true moral leader, this person one day will return.
Great. Thank you, Dennis. And that's all for the questions for today. And kindly reminder that Dennis will select one question and this person will get a special prize from PMO.
Right. So it's an exciting moment once again at our conference. So we are over with all our speeches, all our topics. It's not still over with all of our prizes, but as mentioned, mentioned by Alla, again, the best questions of all the speakers will get prizes as well. So, but anyway, I must say that PM Good News Conference number 2 comes to its end. Really hope that you enjoyed this. We did all our best, guys, again, to make it really great for you and exciting. I hope you enjoyed all the topics. We picked them so you get the best insights and the best views ever possible at the moment. And again, this is not end of the conference at all. So we will get back to you in July next year. But today, I think we are done. Thank you very much for your time. As always, you will be able to see the recording on the web. And stay tuned. See you next time on the PM Good News Conf.
Yay. Bye.
Bye-bye.